In the lands long governed by the songs of the earth and the hammering of metal upon stone, beneath the towering peaks of the misty mountains, lay the legend of the lost jewels of Mithril. These were not ordinary gems, they shimmered with a light akin to starfire, captured within the rarest of metals known to the denizens of the deep Mithril, the silver steel of the dwarven lore. The story begins in the venerable city of Dunharrow, where the mountain's roots touched the very heart of the world. A gathering of 5 dwarves stood around an ancient map spread across a sturdy oaken table in the Hall of Echoes. Each dwarf bore the mark of their craft, thick beards interwoven with silver threads, eyes bright with the fires of forge and battle. Their leader, Thrain Ironfist, was a veteran of many skirmishes against the goblins of the north and skilled in the arts of mithril smithing. Beside him stood his kin Borin, the mapmaker, and scholar Gimli, the youngest and fiercest with his twin axes Dwalin, the silent scout with eyes as sharp as his arrows, and Oin, keeper of histories and ancient runes. Thrain unrolled the map with a reverence reserved for sacred relics. "Here," he said, pointing to a spot where no paths were drawn, beneath the fallen city of Khazar-dûm, lies the Chamber of Light. It is said that our ancestors crafted jewels from the heart of the mountains themselves. These jewels were not merely adornments, but held the power to illuminate the darkest depths and strengthen the stone around them. The dwarves had heard tales of Khazar-dûm from their forefathers, a city of unparalleled splendor now lost in the annals of the earth, brought low by a cataclysm that shook the mountains some 3 centuries past. It was during this calamity that the jewels were lost, scattered by forces unknown, their glow dimmed beneath rubble and shadow. "Our journey will not be one of mere retrieval," Thrain continued, his voice echoing slightly off the stone walls, filled with the weight of their forebears' trials. "To venture into Khazar-dûm is to delve into peril, for the paths are fraught with remnants of the old magics and creatures that have claimed the deep places as their own." The plan was meticulous. They would enter through the Whispering Pass, known only to the dwarves of Dunharrow. From there they would navigate the labyrinthine tunnels, relying on Borin's maps and Oin's knowledge of ancient scripts that could reveal hidden doors or traps left by their ancestors. Dwalin would lead their stealth, ensuring that the ever-lurking goblins or worse did not catch them unawares. Gimli, with his youthful vigor and fierce determination, would be their shield and their spear, ready to cleave through rock and enemy alike. They prepared for weeks, forging new tools and weapons imbued with old runes of protection and strength. They filled their packs with provisions, tinder for torches, and flasks of oil, knowing well that the light of the surface sun would soon be a memory. When the day of departure arrived, the dwarves met under the early dawn, the sky painted with strokes of crimson and gold, a warrior's sky. The gates of Dunharrow opened before them, groaning softly as if in reluctance or warning. With Thrain at the lead, they stepped into the mountain's embrace, the air growing cooler and the light dimmer with each passing step. The entrance to the Whispering Pass was hidden, as if the mountains themselves protected the secrets within. Vines and moss covered ancient stone, and with a few carefully spoken words from Oin, the path revealed itself, swallowing them into its depths. Their journey through the Whispering Pass was quiet, the only sounds their steady footsteps and the occasional drip of water from unseen sources. The air was thick with the earth's breath, damp and heavy. As they moved deeper, the walls began to whisper, old words carried in the draft that seemed almost like warnings or greetings. It was hard to tell which. Gimli's axes were never far from his hands, his eyes darting to every shadow as they progressed. Dwalin's steps were light, his bow ready, his ears tuned to the faintest of sounds. Borin's fingers traced the lines of his maps, muttering coordinates under his breath, ensuring they were not walking in circles or into dead ends. Days turned into nights marked only by the burning of torches, and the deeper they went, the closer they came to the heart of the mountains and to the secrets of Khazad-dûm. Soon they would reach the fallen city, and with it the dangers and wonders of a world untouched by sunlight for centuries. As they delved deeper into the heart of the mountains, the air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to cling closer to the stone walls. The path became more treacherous, with hidden crevices and sudden drops that tested even the sure-footedness of the dwarves. The Whispering Pass lived up to its name, with the wind carrying murmurs that seemed almost like voices from the deep, speaking in a tongue that was old even by Oin's reckoning. On the 6th night, as they camped in a cavern wide enough to hold a clan's meeting, the first real challenge presented itself. The faint light from their campfire cast dancing shadows, and amidst these shifting shapes, a figure emerged slight compared to the stout dwarves, with limbs that seemed too long and eyes that reflected the fire's glow. Gimli was on his feet in an instant, axes ready. The figure raised its hands, palms outward, a universal sign of peace. I mean no harm it spoke, its voice a whisper, yet carrying clearly across the cavern. Thrain stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword, not yet drawn. Who are you, creature, to walk so freely in these forsaken paths? I am Ellen, the figure replied, stepping into the light, revealing its elfin lineage unexpected this deep underground. I dwell in the depths, away from the courts of my people, seeking the solitude of the earth. Suspicion narrowed Thrain's eyes. Elves were seldom friends to dwarves, and less so those who ventured into their realms uninvited. And what business does an elf have with us, dwellers of the deep? Ellen's gaze was steady, unwavering. I know of your quest, Thrain Ironfist, seeker of the lost jewels. The paths ahead hold dangers greater than falling rocks and dark pits. There are creatures awakened by your tread, stirred by the scent of the living. Dwalin lowered his bow slightly but did not sheathe it. And why should we trust the words of an elf, especially one who shuns their own kind? I seek nothing from you but to offer my knowledge, Ellen said. In return I ask only that you disturb not the sanctity of the deeper sanctums, for there are things best left untouched by hands, dwarf or elf. After a brief council among themselves, Thrain nodded slowly. Speak then, Ellen of the depths. Share your knowledge, and we will judge its worth. Ellen nodded, accepting the cautious truce. Beyond this cavern lies the Gloomwater Lake, a vast underground reservoir. Its waters are dark and deep, and within them dwell creatures forgotten by the sun. You must cross it to reach Khazad-dûm, but beware the watcher in the water, for it is drawn to the light, and the life it has not felt for ages. The dwarves listened intently as Ellen described the paths they should take, the signs they must heed, and the traps long set that could still spring with deadly force. When the tale was done, the elf silently faded back into the shadows, as if melting into the stone itself. With new caution and Ellen's warnings fresh in their minds, the dwarves broke camp at dawn. They approached the Gloomwater Lake with awe and fear. The water was like black glass, reflecting the flickering torchlight and distorting it into eerie, dancing patterns. Using ropes and makeshift rafts, they began the perilous crossing, each stroke of the oar stirring the silent waters into whispering ripples. Halfway across, the water began to churn without wind or current. From the depths rose a massive shape, its form obscured by the water's darkness, its intent all too clear as the surface broke into a frothy tumult. Gimli stood, axes ready. As the creature surfaced, its many-eyed gaze fixing upon them with ancient hunger. The battle that ensued was fierce, echoing across the water and into the depths of the mountain. As the creature emerged from the dark waters of Gloomwater Lake, the dwarves found themselves facing a behemoth that seemed to embody the very essence of the lake's dread name. The creature, a monstrous cephalopod, unfurled its tentacles, each lined with suckers and sharp barbs, thrashing towards the makeshift rafts with terrifying speed. Gimli's axes swung with deadly precision, slicing through one of the advancing tentacles. The creature bellowed in pain, a sound so deep and resonant that it vibrated through the water and shook the very air around them. Dwalin loosed arrows tipped with runes of piercing, aiming for the creature's bulbous eyes, which shimmered with a malevolent intelligence. Despite their valiant efforts, the raft rocked violently under the onslaught, threatening to capsize. Thrain shouted orders over the roar of the battle, his voice a commanding boom that steadied the resolve of his companions. Aim for its joints. Borin, help Gimli. Oin, keep those runes glowing. Oin, amidst the chaos, chanted incantations, his hands moving through the ancient gestures of power. The runes on their weapons glowed brighter, casting eerie lights on the water's surface, revealing more of the creature's vast form. Borin joined Gimli, his stout hammer smashing down onto another tentacle as it breached the raft's edge, sending a shockwave of pain through the creature, causing it to retreat momentarily beneath the dark water. Utilizing this brief respite, Thrain coordinated their next move. We cannot outfight it here in its domain. We must lure it, trick it, use the lake against it, he devised quickly. The dwarves gathered tightly, drawing the creature towards a narrow passage in the lake, where the ceiling dipped low, laden with stalactites. As the creature followed, its massive form struggled against the tighter space. The dwarves, seizing the opportunity, began hacking at the stalactites, Oin enhancing their efforts with explosive runes. With a series of deafening cracks, the stalactites plummeted into the water, creating a barrier that trapped the creature. It thrashed wildly, its cries echoing off the stone walls, but the stalactites pinned it, one sharp lance impaling through a vital spot, silencing it as the life faded from its many eyes. The dwarves, panting and weary, looked upon their foe with a mixture of relief and sorrow. This creature was ancient, a guardian perhaps, of these forsaken depths, Oin murmured, a note of respect in his tone for the fallen beast. With no time to dwell, the group pushed on, their passage across the lake now unimpeded but somber. The rest of the lake was crossed in tense silence, each dwarf lost in his thoughts about the depths they had yet to explore and the dangers they still faced. Finally reaching the shores of Khazad-dûm, the dwarves set foot on solid ground, the fallen city's gates looming before them, wrought in iron and mithril, intricate patterns telling tales of a once thriving civilization. The gates stood ajar, as if inviting them into the gloom of forgotten grandeur. Inside, the city was a marvel of dwarven engineering, though now it lay in ruins. Buildings carved from the mountain itself stretched up into darkness, their once gleaming surfaces dulled by dust and time. The path to the Chamber of Light was not direct, it wound through the city's heart, past great halls and over crumbled bridges, each step taking them deeper into the mountain's secrets. As they navigated through the shadowed streets, the air grew thick with the scent of old magic and metal. The sense of being watched crept upon them, not by one entity but by many, as if the very stones of Khazar-dûm whispered and watched, guardians of the lost jewels they sought so desperately. As they ventured deeper into the bowels of Khazar-dûm, every step echoed through the cavernous ruins, resonating with the glory and the tragedy of the fallen city. The deeper they delved, the more the air thrummed with latent energies, remnants of enchantments woven into the very architecture, some still flickering with faded power. The dwarves were not merely walking through a city, they were traversing a living chronicle of their ancestors' highest achievements and their most grievous losses. In the great hall of Durin's throne, where kings once presided over the flourishing of their realm, the dwarves found remnants of the splendor that was. Tapestries, though moth-eaten and faded, still hung on the walls, depicting the forging of Mithril and the conquests of old. Statues of dwarf lords lined the hall, their stone eyes set in stern gazes, as if judging the worthiness of those who dared to tread these sacred grounds. Thrain paused before the throne, a massive chair of carved obsidian and mithril, now covered in a thick layer of dust. This was the heart of their empire, he said, his voice filled with a mix of reverence and sorrow. And here we must be most cautious. The old kings protected their domain with more than just stone and steel. Heeding Thrain's warning, the dwarves proceeded with renewed caution. Oin consulted ancient scrolls, deciphering the protective runes that warned of booby traps and enchantments designed to deter the unworthy and the wicked. Each step was measured, each breath held a little longer, as they navigated through the labyrinth of traps with Oin's guidance. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the Chamber of Light. The air here was charged, a palpable tension that tingled against their skin. The chamber's entrance was marked by two giant statues of dwarf warriors, their axes crossed to form an archway. The doors themselves were a marvel of engineering, crafted from pure mithril, reflecting the faint light of their torches with a ghostly luminescence. Gimli, who had been more restless than usual, shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "It feels as though the very air here breathes with the life of the jewels," he whispered, almost afraid that speaking too loudly would awaken something they could not contend with. Thrain placed his hand on the mithril door, feeling the cold metal under his fingers. "This is it," he announced, his voice firm. "Behind these doors lies our quest's end, for good or ill." With a deep breath, he pushed against the doors, which opened with an eerie silence, smooth and undeterred by the ages. The Chamber of Light was unlike anything they had ever seen. It was a vast circular room, the ceiling arching high above, carved to mimic the night sky of the overworld. Thousands of stars were etched into the rock, each filled with a tiny jewel that still caught whatever light was offered and reflected it back tenfold. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it lay a single, large jewel of mithril, glowing softly with an inner light that seemed to pulse with the life of the earth. The dwarves approached slowly, almost reverently. The jewel was not merely a gem, it was the heart of the mountain, the source of the lost city's life and light. It was said that this jewel held the power to revitalize their dying lands, to bring strength back to the stone and prosperity to their people. But as they drew closer, the air shifted, growing colder, and a sense of foreboding filled the chamber, The shadows seemed to draw in closer, coalescing into forms that were humanoid yet not quite solid. Ghosts of the past, spirits of the fallen dwarf lords, appeared, circling the dwarves with silent accusation in their ethereal eyes. Thrain stepped forward, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "We have come not as thieves but as sons of Durin, seeking to restore what was lost, to bring honor to our ancestors and aid to our people. We beseech your blessing, for our cause is just." The spirits paused, their whispers like the rustling of leaves in a forgotten forest. After a moment that stretched like eternity, the air warmed slightly, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. The spirits faded away, leaving only the soft glow of the mithril jewel. With cautious steps, Thrain approached the pedestal and gently lifted the jewel. Its light intensified, bathing the chamber in a warm glow, casting long shadows behind the pillars and illuminating faces that had not seen such light in centuries. The journey back to the surface was not without its perils, but with the jewel's light guiding them, the paths seemed less treacherous, the dark less consuming. When they finally emerged from the depths, it was with triumph and a treasure that promised a new dawn for their people. The Whispering Woods. In the ageless realm of Lothlorien, where the trees sang with an ancient melody, and the air shimmered with a luminescent grace, there dwelled a young elf named Celandine. She was of the Sylvan folk, slender and swift, her hair like spun gold and her eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Raised under the protective boughs of the golden mulleorn trees, Celandine was curious, more so than her kin, drawn to the mysteries that lay beneath the serene surface of her woodland home. One misty morning, when the dew still clung to the leaves and the world was bathed in the pale light of dawn, Celandine wandered further from the beaten paths than she usually dared. The whispering of the woods seemed to call to her, a susurrus of voices speaking in tongues old and forgotten. Driven by a sense of destiny, she followed these whispers, her light footsteps barely stirring the fallen leaves. As she ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches woven into a high canopy that dimmed the day to twilight. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Celandine found the hidden pathway. It was barely visible, masked by overgrown ferns and moss, but to her keen eyes, it was as clear as the streams that flowed from the misty mountains. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Celandine followed the path as it snaked through the forest, leading her to a part of Lothlorien seldom seen by elf or beast. The air grew cooler, and the whispers louder, as if the very leaves spoke of secrets long kept. The path ended abruptly at the edge of a clearing, but what lay before her took her breath away. Ancient ruins, older than any recorded by her people, stood solemn and majestic in their desolation. Stone pillars, covered in creeping ivy, held up the remnants of a roof long collapsed. Archways led to chambers open to the sky, and at the center, a statue of a figure, neither elf nor man, but something other noble and fierce stood guard over the forgotten sanctum. Celandine approached the statue with reverence, noticing the intricate carvings that adorned its base symbols that hinted at the early days of Middle-earth, of times when the elves were not the only inhabitants of the woods. As she touched the stone, the air pulsed around her, and the whispers crescendoed into clarity. Visions flashed before her eyes, mighty battles fought beneath stars, not yet faded alliances forged between elves, men, and the mysterious figures that resembled the statue, and a great calamity that caused these woods to be abandoned, reclaimed by nature, as if to hide these truths from the unwary. When the visions subsided, Celandine found herself clutching a small object that had lain at the statue's feet, hidden amongst the moss, a stone pendant, warm to the touch, its surface etched with the same symbols as those on the statue. A sense of urgency filled her. These were not mere tales of old, but warnings and wisdom that needed to be understood. Days turned into weeks as Celandine dedicated herself to the study of the ruins. She deciphered the symbols with the help of ancient texts, learning of the Vaughan, a people shadowed in mystery, who once walked these lands as guardians of a deep magic, now lost to time. The forest, she realized, had been their sanctuary, a place of power where they communed with nature and warded off the encroaching darkness that had once threatened Middle-earth. Armed with this new knowledge, Celandine knew that the silence of these ruins must end. She returned to her kin, her findings meticulously recorded in scrolls, her words carrying the weight of ages. The elders of Lothlorien listened with growing astonishment as she recounted her discoveries, the visions, and the history she had unearthed. A council was called, and it was decided that the secrets of the Vaughan should not remain buried. Scholars and historians from among the elves were gathered, led by Celandine, to study the ruins further. Together they embarked on a quest to unravel the history of these ancient guardians, to restore their knowledge and integrate it into the lore of the elves, ensuring that the wisdom of the past was not lost to the ages. This revival of ancient history marked a new chapter for Lothlorien, one where the past and present merged, guided by the whispers of the woods and the legacy of the Vaughan. Celandine, once a mere wanderer in the wilds, had now become a key to unlocking ages-old secrets, heralding a new era of understanding and unity among the peoples of Middle-earth. The last ride of the Rohirrim. In the rolling green fields of Rohan, under the vast, sweeping sky, there echoed the sound of hooves, a rhythm as ancient as the land itself. This was the kingdom of the horse lords, proud and fierce, their lives intertwined with the fate of their steeds. Among them was Edlin, a young rider of the Rohirrim, whose heart beat with the love for her homeland and the tales of valor handed down from her ancestors. The tale begins on the eve of a dire threat. Dark clouds gathered not just in the sky but on the horizon, where the banners of an overwhelming enemy force were seen. They were a ruthless army, vast in number, intent on crushing the free peoples of Middle-earth, Rohan included. The Rohirrim, under the leadership of their king, prepared for what many foresaw as their final battle, a battle to protect their lands, their families, and their very way of life. Edlin, though young, was chosen to ride with the Rohirrim for her skill and her courage, which belied her years. Her horse, Stormwind, was a steed of great renown, swift as the gale and steady as the earth. On the night before the battle, Edlin sat by her campfire, her father's old sword by her side, a relic of many battles, its blade engraved with the history of their people. Her mind wandered to the stories her father had told her of heroes and heroines of Rohan, whose deeds were sung in the halls. These were not just tales of triumph, but also of sacrifice and endurance, of Rohirrim who stood defiantly against the dark, no matter the odds. These stories had shaped Edlin, instilling in her a resolve that she would need more than ever on the morrow. Dawn broke with a crimson hue, painting the fields in the color of blood, a forewarning of the day to come. The Rohirrim assembled, a sea of riders, their armor gleaming under the rising sun, spears and flags catching the light. King Theoden himself rode along the ranks, his presence a rallying cry as he spoke words of encouragement, his voice carrying across the field. Today we ride not just for Rohan, but for all that we hold dear. We ride with the strength of our ancestors, and we shall let none pass so long as we draw breath. The sound of the approaching enemy grew, a dark tide rising against the shores of Rohan. Edlin mounted Stormwind, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline, the weight of her father's sword at her side. As the enemy came into view, a horde of menacing figures, the air filled with the thunderous sound of drums and the harsh cries of war. The Rohirrim charged, a storm of hooves and heartbeats, meeting the enemy with a clash that shook the very earth. Edlin rode at the forefront, her blade singing through the air, each strike guided by the legacy of those who had ridden before her. The battle was fierce, and the Rohirrim fought with a desperation born of love for their land and people. As the fight wore on, the Rohirrim found themselves pressed harder than they had ever been. The enemy was relentless, and for every foe that fell it seemed another took its place. In the thick of battle, Edlin saw her comrades falter, saw fear in the eyes of the youngest riders, who had never known such terror. It was then that Edlin remembered her father's words spoken to her when she had first taken up the sword. Courage, my child, is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. It is what makes a true rider of Rohan. With a fierce cry, she rallied her fellow riders. For Rohan she shouted, her voice carrying over the din of battle. Inspired by her valor, the Rohirrim regrouped, their resolve hardened. They fought with renewed vigor, pushing the enemy back, step by bloody step. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of fire, the tide of battle finally turned. The Rohirrim, though battered and weary, had held their ground. They stood among the bodies of friends and foes alike, victorious but somber, for the cost had been great. Edlin dismounted beside Stormwind, her heart heavy with both pride and sorrow. She knelt on the blood-soaked earth, planting her father's sword in the ground. We hold, as always, she whispered, her words a vow for those lost and a promise for the future. In the years that followed, the tale of the last ride of the Rohirrim, and of Edlin, the young rider who found courage in the legacy of her ancestors, was told and retold. It became a story of hope, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, the spirit of Rohan would endure, as fierce and free as the winds that swept their lands. The silent watcher of Gondor. In the far reaches of Gondor, where the land stretched thin and the shadows of the White Mountains whispered ancient secrets, there stood a solitary watchtower known as Halifirion. It was the least celebrated of the watchtowers, its stones weathered and old, its history a mere whisper compared to the grand tales of Minas Tirith. Yet it was here, in this forgotten outpost, that our tale unfolds, centered around a figure known only as the Silent Watcher. The Silent Watcher was not his true name, but rather a title bestowed upon him by the few who knew of his charge. His real name was Beren, a man of quiet demeanor and keen sight, chosen for this lonely vigil because of his unparalleled ability to discern the subtle shifts of land and sky. Beren's days were spent in the solitude of his tower, watching over the borders of Gondor, a line of defense against dangers seen and unseen. Beren's life was a routine of silent observation. Each morning he climbed to the highest room of the tower, where a circle of narrow windows gave him a view that stretched miles in every direction. He watched the roads that wound through the forest and over the hills, the wild meadows where the wind played in the grass, and the distant mountains shrouded in mystery. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of gold and crimson, Beren noticed a flicker of movement along the northern road. It was not the usual merchant caravan or a lone ranger returning from patrol. This was a hooded figure, moving with a purposeful stealth that caught Beren's practiced eye. For 3 consecutive nights the figure appeared, always at the same time, always moving towards the mountains. Curiosity, a feeling Beren had long suppressed, rekindled within him. On the 4th night he decided to descend from his tower and follow the mysterious visitor. Cloaked in the shadows of twilight, Beren trailed the figure from a safe distance. The journey led him deeper into the forest, through underbrush and over rocky paths seldom trodden. Finally, the figure stopped at the base of a hidden dell, where the ruins of an ancient edifice lay swallowed by the earth. The figure knelt and began to dig, unearthing a stone slab covered in runes. Beren, hiding behind a thick copse of trees, watched as the figure worked a series of intricate gestures over the slab. The runes glowed faintly, casting an eerie light in the gathering dark. Driven by a sense of duty to protect Gondor from potential threats, Beren stepped forward, revealing his presence. The figure turned swiftly, a cloak hiding its face. "Who are you, and what is this magic?" Beren demanded, his hand on the hilt of his sword. The figure lowered its hood, revealing not the face of a sorcerer or spy, but a woman with intelligent eyes and a calm demeanor. "I am Miriel, a scholar from Minas Tirith," she replied, her voice steady. "I seek the lost tome of Amarth, said to contain knowledge that could protect our kingdom from an impending darkness." Skeptical yet intrigued, Beren listened as Miriel explained her quest. The tome was believed to be hidden beneath the ancient ruins, safeguarded by spells that only a few could decipher. Beren's knowledge of the lore of Gondor, though limited to what pertained to his duties, allowed him to recognize the significance of her search. Together, they worked to lift the slab, revealing a stairway leading down into darkness. With a single torch between them, they descended into the crypt below, where the air was thick with the dust of ages. The walls were lined with carvings that told of the early days of Gondor, of battles fought and alliances forged. Deep within the crypt they found the tome, its covers bound in leather, embossed with symbols of the White Tree. As Miriel opened it, the pages shimmered with a light of their own, revealing maps, spells, and prophecies written in an ancient script. The tome spoke of a darkness gathering in the east, a force that would test the boundaries of Gondor, but it also spoke of a light, a means to fortify the kingdom's defenses, rooted in the very lands Beren had watched over for years. The discovery redefined Beren's role as a watcher. No longer was he a silent sentinel of stones and shadows, he had become a guardian of knowledge, a key player in the fate of his kingdom. Together with Miriel, they returned to Minas Tirith, where they presented their findings to the stewards of Gondor. Beren's vigil at Halatharion resumed, but with a new purpose. He was now a watcher not only of lands and roads, but of the very fate that wove through the history of his people. And in the quiet of his tower, he felt a deep connection to the land he served, a bond that would guide him through the challenges to come. The herb master of Ithilien. In the lush, green land of Ithilien, nestled within the shadows of the mountains and the soft whispers of the river Anduin, There lived a healer known as Muriel. She was the herb master of Ithilien, a title bestowed upon her by the people she served with dedication and skill. Muriel's knowledge of herbs and healing was unrivaled, passed down through generations of healers who had walked the forests and fields long before the wars that scarred the land. Muriel's home was a small stone cottage surrounded by a garden that was a marvel to behold. It brimmed with plants and herbs of all kinds, each carefully tended and used for healing balms, salves and potions. Beyond her garden, the woods of Ithilien provided a rich bounty of wild herbs, which she foraged with the skill of one who knew every leaf and stem by heart. One day, a mysterious illness began to spread through the nearby villages. It started subtly with fatigue and a mild fever, but soon the afflicted were overcome with a deep malaise that no known herb or remedy could cure. Concerned and determined, Muriel consulted her ancient texts, scrolls as old as Ithilien itself, handed down from her grandmother. There she found mention of a rare plant known as the silmarin, said to bloom only under the pale light of the moon and known for its potent healing properties. The silmarin was last seen in the Morgul Vale, a place shrouded in darkness and peril, tainted by the touch of evil that lingered from the days when the Dark Lord's influence was felt across the land. Despite the dangers, Muriel knew that she must undertake this journey to save her people. She prepared her provisions, gathered her strongest potions for protection, and set out as the moon began its wane, knowing the plant would be in bloom. Her journey took her through the thickets and hidden paths of Ithilien, into the heart of the forest where the trees grew tall and the shadows deep. She was not alone in her travels. The woods of Ithilien were home to many creatures, and she called upon her allies, the birds, the foxes, and the deer, to aid her in finding the safest paths. As Muriel approached the Morgul Vale, the air grew thick with a foreboding mist, and the light dimmed under an unseen cloud. The once vibrant colors of the forest gave way to muted grays and the silence of a land holding its breath. Here the plants were twisted, their colors unnatural, a testament to the corruption that had seeped into the soil. Using a cloak woven with protective runes and herbs, Muriel made her way deeper into the vale, guided by the light of the stars and the faint glow of the silmarin flowers. They shimmered with a soft silver light, nestled at the base of a fallen statue, half swallowed by the earth. As she approached, a sense of unease washed over her, and the air pulsed with a silent threat. From the shadows, wraith-like figures emerged, remnants of the dark power that once ruled this land. Muriel stood firm, her hands clasped around a vial of light essence, one of the powerful protective concoctions she had prepared. Whispering an ancient prayer, she threw the vial at the ground, where it shattered, releasing a burst of pure light that drove the shadows back. With the path cleared, Muriel quickly gathered the silmarin, wrapping the precious blooms in a cloth imbued with spells for preservation. Her mission complete, she hastened back through the vale, the shadows receding with each step towards the light of Ithilien. Upon her return, Muriel crafted a potent elixir from the silmarin. The remedy worked swiftly, and those afflicted felt their strength return, their spirits lifted from the shadows of illness. Muriel's journey became a tale of courage and wisdom, a testament to her dedication as the herb master of Ithilien. Her knowledge of healing and the lore of plants continued to grow, and she passed on her wisdom to a new generation, ensuring that the art of healing and the ancient knowledge of herbs would endure, a beacon of hope and health in the land of Ithilien. The Innkeeper's Secret. In the shadowed lands of Middle-earth, in the bustling town of Bree, stood the old, sturdy prancing pony, an inn well known to all travellers who ventured through these parts. Its innkeeper, a stout-hearted man named Barlaam Butterbur, was as much a part of the inn's charm as the creaking wooden sign that swayed with every passing breeze. One stormy evening, as Barlaam was tidying up a lesser-used storeroom, his lantern light fell upon a curious unevenness in the wall. Driven by a blend of intrigue and the fear of structural damage, he chipped away at the plaster and stone until his efforts revealed a hollow containing an ancient dust-covered chest. With his heart pounding in anticipation of forgotten treasures, Barlaam pried open the chest. Inside, wrapped in a tattered cloth, lay a peculiar artifact, a small, obsidian disc, inscribed with unfamiliar symbols that shimmered faintly in the lantern light. Unbeknownst to Barlaam, this was no mere trinket, but a relic of old, deeply connected to the dark lands of Mordor. The disc was known as the Eye of Sauron's Whisper, a tool once used by spies of the Dark Lord to communicate across vast distances, thought lost after the fall of Sauron. Word of the discovery spread, as words often do, even whispered ones. Not long after, mysterious guests began to appear at the prancing pony. They were cloaked and quiet, blending into the shadows, their eyes lingering on the innkeeper, and their conversations trailing into silence whenever he approached. Among them was a dark-haired woman named Miriel, who claimed to be a simple trader from the south, but her keen interest in the history of Bree and its ancient sites suggested otherwise. One evening, as the rain drummed a steady rhythm on the roof, Miriel approached Barlaam with a proposition. "I understand you found something unusual," she began, her voice low and smooth. "Such artifacts can be dangerous, Master Innkeeper. I offer my assistance in identifying its origin, perhaps ensuring it brings no harm to Bree." Torn between his loyalty to his town and the seductive mystery of the artifact, Barlaam agreed. That night, as he showed Miriel the obsidian disc, the symbols upon it glowed an eerie red. Miriel's eyes widened with recognition and fear, but before she could speak, the inn was shaken by the arrival of another party. These were no ordinary travelers, but agents of the White Council, led by none other than Gandalf the Grey, who had come in search of the artifact, having sensed its reawakening. Gandalf explained the perilous nature of the Eye of Sauron's Whisper, revealing that it could serve as a beacon to those in Mordor who still harbored loyalty to the Dark Lord. This artifact must be secured, Gandalf declared, and its secrets must be kept from the wrong hands. Thus began a perilous journey for Barlaam, who found himself entangled in a web of ancient secrets and modern espionage. With Gandalf and Miriel at his side, each with their own motives and secrets, they embarked on a quest to deactivate the artifact before it could relay its whispers to dark ears. Their journey led them through forgotten paths of Middle-earth, from the depths of the misty mountains to the ruins of Fornost, each step shadowed by mysterious figures who seemed bent on reclaiming the relic for Mordor. As they ventured further, Barlaam learned more about Miriel, whose true identity as a former servant of Saruman, seeking redemption for her past misdeeds, was revealed. Together, they faced creatures corrupted by the dark powers and remnants of Sauron's influence, all while forging an unlikely fellowship. In the climax at the ruins of Fornost, as they prepared to destroy the artifact, they were ambushed by agents of Mordor. A fierce battle ensued, And just as all seemed lost, the power of the artifact unleashed, not a call to Mordor, but a beacon of warning to the free peoples. Realizing the artifact could be used not just for evil, but as a means of vigilance against darkness, Gandalf decided to entrust its keeping to the elves of Rivendell. With their mission complete, Barlaam returned to his inn, richer not in gold, but in incredible tales of adventure and bravery. The prancing pony, once just a waypoint for weary travelers, had become a place where tales of heroism and the enduring fight against darkness were recounted by the fireside. Back behind his familiar counter, Barlaam and Butterbur smiled, knowing that beneath the normalcy of ale pouring and tale-telling, he had played a part in the continuing legends of Middle-earth, and above all, he had kept his beloved Bree safe. The apprentice of Saruman. In the rolling green expanses of Rohan, beneath the towering peaks of the misty mountains, lived Orlick, a young scholar with a mind as vast and curious as the plains on which he roamed. His knowledge of lore and ancient texts had grown beyond the simple tales of his village, drawing the attention of none other than Saruman the White, who saw potential in the young Rohirrim. Saruman, known for his wisdom and his deep study of the arts of Middle-earth, took Eorlic under his wing as an apprentice. He brought Orlick to the ancient tower of Orthanc in Isengard, where the storied walls were lined with books and scrolls of immense knowledge. For Eorlic, it was a dream every book and artifact held stories and secrets of the ages. Under Saruman's guidance, Eorlic's knowledge expanded exponentially. He learned languages long forgotten and deciphered scripts that many had deemed undecipherable. Saruman, though stern, seemed to be a mentor driven by the pursuit of knowledge and the defense of Middle-earth against the shadow growing in the east. But as months turned into years, Eorlic began to notice a change in his master. Saruman grew increasingly secretive and less patient. Meetings with strange figures cloaked in darkness became frequent, and the topics of study shifted subtly from defense against dark powers to the harnessing of them. Saruman's once clear eyes, mirroring the skies above Isengard, now often glowed with a harsh, unnatural light. Eorlic's suspicions grew when he stumbled upon a hidden chamber within Orthanc during one of his nocturnal explorations of the tower. This room was filled with maps of Middle-earth, but these were not ordinary maps. They detailed strategic points and troop movements, particularly around Rohan and Gondor. At the center of this collection was a detailed plan of the Shire, marked with notes in Saruman's hand that spoke of an item of great power. Disturbed by his findings, Eorlic confronted Saruman, hoping for some explanation that would dispel his fears. Saruman, however, did not deny his plans. Instead, he revealed his true intentions. He believed that the power of the One Ring should be used to control Middle-earth, defending it from Sauron by matching his might with his own. He offered Eorlic a place by his side, a chance to wield true power. Torn between his loyalty to his master and his moral compass, Eorlic left Orthanc to seek counsel. He rode swiftly to Edoras, where he spoke with King Theoden of Rohan, a ruler already under the subtle influence of Saruman's words through his advisor, Grima Wormtongue. Seeing the corruption that had begun to take root in Rohan, Orlic decided he must act not only for his own land, but for all free peoples. With the reluctant approval of Theoden, Eorlic set out to gather allies. He travelled first to the Ents of Fangorn Forest, telling them of Saruman's betrayal and his plans to cut down their woods for war machinery. The Ents, led by Treebeard, roused themselves from their slow, thoughtful lives, preparing to march on Isengard. Simultaneously, Orlick sought the help of the Rangers of the North, explaining Saruman's threat to the entire realm. With the Rangers' cunning and the Ents' formidable presence, they launched a surprise assault on Orthanc. The battle was fierce. The Ents tore down the walls of Isengard while the Rangers infiltrated the tower, disrupting Saruman's machinations. In the chaos, Orlick confronted Saruman once more atop the Tower of Orthanc. With the tower besieged, Saruman realized his plans were thwarted. Yet in his pride he refused to surrender, attempting to sway Eorlic again. Eorlic, steadfast, denounced Saruman's treachery and declared his allegiance to Rohan and the free peoples of Middle-earth. The siege ended with Saruman's power broken, his army scattered, and his influence over Rohan and Gondor diminished. Orlick returned to Rohan, hailed as a hero. He had saved not only his homeland but had also played a crucial part in preserving the balance of power in Middle-earth. His actions had shown that even one person, seemingly insignificant against the might of wizards and fate, could change the course of history. From then on, Eorlic dedicated himself to rebuilding and fortifying Rohan, ever vigilant as the shadow from the east continued to grow, knowing that the war for Middle-earth was far from over, but that every victory, no matter how small, was vital. Festival of the Stars in Rivendell. In the hidden valley of Rivendell, where the air always seemed filled with a gentle echo of ancient songs, the rare Festival of the Stars was about to commence. This festival, celebrated only once every 100 years, was a time when the elves honored their deep connections to the stars under which they were born and which guided their fates. Arundel, a young elf of Rivendell, awaited the festival with a heart light with excitement. For elves, the Festival of the Stars was not only a celebration of their heritage, but also a coming-of-age festival for the younger generation. It was during this festival that Arundel would receive his star name, which would symbolize his future path and roles within the elven community. As the festival drew near, elves from distant parts of Middle-earth arrived, bringing with them stories and songs of their travels. The valley buzzed with the rare sound of children laughing, and the air was rich with the fragrance of blooming night flowers. Lanterns of every color hung from the silver-barked trees, swaying gently in the breeze, casting a soft glow that mimicked the stars above. On the first night, as the actual stars began to sparkle in earnest above, the elves gathered in the great clearing. Here, the High Elders recounted the ancient tales of how the elves had learned the languages of the stars, and how those celestial bodies had guided their ancestors across Middle-earth in times of peace and conflict. Arundel listened, rapt with wonder, his eyes reflecting the starlight, feeling the weight and warmth of history and legend envelop him. During the day, Arundel assisted in the preparations for the nightly feasts and celebrations. It was while he was helping to sort through ancient artifacts and scrolls in the library that he found a beautifully crafted, sealed scroll case hidden beneath a loose floorboard. Curious, he opened it and discovered a parchment that was markedly different from the others. It was a genealogical record detailing a lineage that traced back to a union between an elf and a Maya spirit, a being of immense power and ethereal grace. This revelation was astonishing. Such unions were rare and often shrouded in secrecy due to their implications. Children from such lineages often possessed unusual abilities and destinies. As Arundel traced the names with his finger, his heart raced when he recognized one name as that of his own mother, whom he had always believed to be of ordinary, albeit noble, elven descent. Eärendil confronted his mother with the scroll. After a moment of hesitation, she confirmed the truth. Eärendil's lineage was indeed touched by the light of the Ainur through his grandmother. His mother had hidden this fact, fearing that knowledge of his heritage would set him apart from his peers and bring him unwelcome attention or burden him with expectations he could not meet. Faced with this new understanding of his identity, Eärendil felt a mix of awe and isolation. The Festival of the Stars, however, provided no pause for personal crises, and he found himself swept into the celebrations each night, his heart wrestling with questions about his place in the world. As the week progressed, Eärendil learned to embrace his newfound heritage. He began to perceive subtle whispers of the earth, the murmuring of the trees, and the soft songs of the stars with greater clarity. These were aspects of his abilities that had been quietly developing, unnoticed until he knew to listen. On the final night of the festival, under a canopy of brilliant stars, Eärendil received his star name in a luminous ceremony. He was named Eärendil, meaning lover of the sea, a name that hinted at journeys far beyond the borders of Rivendell, possibly even beyond Middle-earth itself. The name acknowledged his unique heritage and foreshadowed a destiny intertwined with both the earthly and the divine. With a heart now at peace, Eärendil embraced his future. The Festival of the Stars had not only connected him more deeply with his elven heritage, but had also set him on a path to explore the full extent of his powers and his place within the broader tapestry of Middle-earth. As the festival drew to a close and the dawn began to break, Eärendil felt ready to face whatever adventures lay ahead, guided by the stars that were his heritage and his destiny. The Shipwright's Heir. In the grey havens, where the sea met the sky in a perpetual embrace, there lived a young elf named Surdunwen, named after the famed shipwright Surdun, though she was not his blood but rather his chosen heir. Her father, a master shipwright renowned for crafting vessels that seemed almost alive with the spirit of the sea, taught her the language of wood and wave from a tender age. Surdunwen, with sea foam in her hair and the salt breeze perpetually whispering in her ear, dreamed not just of building ships but of sailing them to the farthest reaches of the world, including the fabled undying lands. Her father, wise in the ways of the sea, often cautioned patience. To sail to Aman is no small feat, and not decided by the longing in an elf's heart alone, he would say. But Surdunwen's yearning grew with each ship she saw depart, gliding effortlessly towards the horizon, her heart sailing with them each time. One day, while exploring the storied libraries of the havens, Surdunwen came across a hidden drawer in an ancient desk. Inside, she found a map, unlike any she had seen before. It was old, edges frayed, the lines drawn with exquisite care, depicting not only the seas as known to the elves, but also detailing routes that whispered of older, forgotten waters that led directly to the undying lands. Thrilled by the discovery, Surdunwen brought the map to her father. He studied it, his brow furrowed, recognizing the markings as those of an ancient mariner who was rumored to have found the way to Aman but never returned to confirm the tale. "This is a map of dreams, my child," he said solemnly. "To follow it is to chase a legend, yet, seeing the fire in her eyes, he knew he could no more quench her spirit than he could the stars themselves." With her father's reluctant blessing, Sir Danwen set about constructing a ship. It was to be a vessel like no other, designed for the long and perilous journey across enchanted waters. She poured into it all her skill and soul, infusing the wood with spells of protection and speed. The ship, named Iram, meaning sea wing, took shape on the shores, its sleek form promising swiftness and safety. When the time came for her departure, Sir Danwen stood at the helm of Iram, her gaze fixed on the western horizon where the sea kissed the sky. The map, with its arcane roots and mystic runes, lay before her, a promise of adventure and fulfillment. The wind caught in the sails, and with her heart both heavy and exuberant she sailed forth, her father's blessings ringing in her ears. The journey was unlike any she had ever known. The map led her through mists where the stars above were mirrored in the still waters below, creating a path lit by starlight both above and beneath. There were islands that appeared on no known charts, populated by strange, ethereal creatures who spoke in riddles but offered guidance and gifts to aid her quest. One night, as Iram sailed through a sea of luminous creatures that glowed like underwater constellations, Sir Danwen felt a profound connection to the world around her. She understood then that the journey itself was part of her calling, not just the destination. Weeks turned into months, and the ship approached the edges of the world where the sea climbed towards the sky in a great shimmering wall, the straight path, the way to the undying lands, accessible only to those blessed by the Valar. As Iram approached, the sea began to rise, forming a road of water that ascended into the clouds. At the journey's pinnacle, where the water met the heavens, Sir Danwen looked back at the mortal lands fading into mist. She thought of her father, her home, and the shores of Middle-earth. A tear, born of both joy and sorrow, fell to merge with the sea. Then, with a final breath of the salty air of her homeland, she steered Iram up the great water road. The ship sailed higher, carried by currents of air and water until the sea and sky were one, and ahead, just as the ancient map had promised, lay the shores of the undying lands. As she disembarked on the immortal shores, greeted by beings of light and song, Sir Danwen knew that her dream was fulfilled. But more importantly, she had forged a path not just across the sea, but also within her soul, finding her place in the vast, unending tapestry of the world. The forging of a ring. In the second age of Middle-earth, in the ancient elven realm of a region, Celebrimbor, the greatest smith of his age, forged the rings of power. His work was unparalleled, his skill bestowed by the lineage of Fëanor himself. Yet, unknown to many, Celebrimbor had an apprentice, a young elf named Elenwe, whose talent and ambition matched her master's, though not yet his wisdom. Elenwe watched and learned, her hands shaping lesser jewels and metals, her heart yearning to create something that would mark her place in the annals of the elves. As the shadows of Sauron began to stretch over Middle-earth, and the forging of the great rings commenced, Elenwe's desire grew. She saw the power these rings held, and in secret she began to dream of forging a ring herself, one that could perhaps protect her people from the darkness creeping across the land. Using the scraps and lesser materials from Celebrimbor's forge, Elenwe started her clandestine work. At night she labored by the light of a lone candle, drawing on all she had learned and more, delving into deeper, older magics that Celebrimbor shunned, for he sensed their peril. Elenwe's ring was smaller, less ornate than those meant for lords and kings, but it was imbued with a quiet, potent magic. She called it Lomien, the echo of night, hoping it would reflect the darkness back upon itself. When the great rings were completed, Elanwe's secret project was still unknown to her master. She used Lomien to wander unseen, learning the hidden ways of the world, listening to whispers of the wind and songs of the stone. But as Sauron revealed himself and war came to a region, the power of Lomien also revealed its nature. It did not reflect darkness, but absorbed it, growing heavier with shadow. Realizing the danger, Elanwe sought to destroy the ring, but Lomien, now steeped in shadow, resisted her will. Fearing that it would be discovered and used for evil, she fled with it, seeking a place where no one would find it. Her journey took her far from Eregion, into the wilds of Middle-earth, where she hoped to find a way to unmake the ring that Celebrimbor's arts could not destroy. Years passed, and Elanwe wandered, the weight of Lomien growing ever heavier. She saw kingdoms rise and fall, wars waged over other rings of power, and always the shadow of her creation followed her. Finally she came to the Grey Mountains, a place untouched by the great powers of the world. There, in a deep hidden cavern, she attempted once again to destroy Lomien. This time the ring did not resist. Perhaps it had grown tired of its own darkness, or perhaps the magic of the world was changing, fading as the dominion of men grew. With a flash of light that illuminated the cavern walls with stories of its making and its travels, Lomien shattered, its pieces becoming as dust, scattering in the mountain winds. Elanwe, now aged far beyond her years, felt the shadow lift from her heart. She remained in the Grey Mountains, living in solitude, a guardian of the place where Lomien had been destroyed. Her tale passed into legend, known only to a few, a tale of ambition and caution, of the creation that had nearly undone its creator. As centuries turned to millennia and the Third Age dawned, the tale of Lomien faded entirely from memory, its lessons lost to time. Yet the echoes of its power lingered, a whisper in the wind that sometimes stirred the leaves in a certain way, a chill in the air of a cavern that made adventurers pause, a shadow that seemed to watch and wait. Elanwe's life ended quietly, her story absorbed by the vast tapestry of Middle-earth's history, a reminder that even the smallest rings of power could change the world, and that all creations, like their creators, carry both light and shadow within them.